Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Yes, I'm tweaking my introduction going forward because why? It's kind of obvious that I'm a VTuber. Anyway. Hello. Happy Tuesday! It has been Tuesday. Hi! I hope that your Tuesday has treated you kindly so far. Welcome in. Whee! I got some good news this morning, and I'm still giddy about it. I can't tell you what it is, but it's good. It's really good. I'm really giddy about it, and I'm really excited for what's going to happen with it later. But I can't tell you about it yet. All I can tell you is that I'm in a really good mood right now. It's just lots of good news. So, that I just unfortunately can't share just yet. But yes, look forward to it. New things. That were not going to be possible that are now possible. Dun. Question mark. That's all the teaser you're getting. But yes, welcome to day 24 of the Donathon. Welcome to day 24. We have gotten a significant way of the way through this thing. I am still shook by that. We're officially over the 1k mark on the Donathon, which means only, according to my spreadsheet over here, we are only an exact number of £595 away from reaching our primary goal. Woohoo! I'm so thankful to everyone who has pitched in so far. I really appreciate it. I am shook. So thank you guys for all of the support so far. It really means the world to me to be able to keep on making cool stuff with you guys' help. So yes, big thank yous. Speaking of making cool stuff, there is quite a lot on the cards for today. If you're looking at the stream title, you'll see that it is Armour Day. And that is because we are finishing up two things. Well, we're finishing up one thing, and then we are basically starting up the other. We are finishing up our entry for Wilhelm van der Bos's Outfit Design Art Challenge, the proper one that we started on Sunday. We are finishing that up. So I've still just got to draw the face in, the front views, pair of wings, and then we've got to pick the hairstyle. I've got an idea for what I want to do for his hairstyle as well. And I think it'll look good. I hope it'll look good. And I hope you guys are going to like it. And yeah, thereafter, I've got about, what's the time? 19 UTC, and on the thing it says at 21:30 UTC-ish, we will be joined by Zany to discuss the context surrounding his outfit design so that we can refine what parts are needed, how, what, where, when, so that with that information of context, I can actually set up his armor build in a way that makes more functional sense, and actually will then be able to develop the aesthetic around that. So that is going to be the plan there. So I've got about 2.5 hours to work on Wilhelm before we dive into collab with Zany. And I hope you're going to enjoy the madness this day. I know I will. I'm kind of really looking forward to doing the discussion regarding context and everything with Zany's stuff in a live conversation, because I personally find that that is actually the easiest and most integral way to actually properly get something that works, right? To have the person actually with you and talking with you in real time about what works and what doesn't work. Developing things not just based on aesthetics but context as well. In the case of something like Zany's character, which is actually a book character with a fixed lore and setting before a VTuber, doubly so, because there's a lot of context that can be worked into the design that's not just, this is cool aesthetics and we'll get the lore to work later, you know? So I feel like there is definitely a value to doing that design work in a real-time collab, and I hope that I'm going to get the chance to do more of that sort of collaboration when it comes to design work in future, because that's fun and it provides thoughts for context later. But we'll see how things pan out in the future, right? In the meantime, let's go finish that art challenge, shall we? Let's go finish that art challenge. Let's go! Right. So this is where we left off on Sunday, or in the wee hours of Monday morning, rather, is the more accurate description of when we ended this thing off. I believe I was using this brush, yes? Okay. Now, I just want to see. I want to go and start with actually inking in the wings in the back here. So let's do that real quick. Just getting the shape on that. And our feather length is going to be, if we place that there, that's going to be right about near his ankles, yeah. That makes sense. Maybe mid-calf will work. There we go. Alula and top line coverts. There we go. And now we can ink this properly. Now that I can see-ish. Do I actually even need that on the second layer now? I don't think I will. I don't think I will. There we go. Let's just calm that down because it's a bit aggressive. Okay. There we go. Nope. Alright, that works. Just like so. Just like so. Then... that covers elbows. Although, I actually need to trim this weight down significantly. Because why? These aren't actually borderlines. They are internal. Contours more than anything else. Okay. Now I do actually need to have this on a second layer because let me just think very, very carefully in terms of ordering. What's on the bottom stacks forward. What's inboard on the body stacks forward of what stacks outboard. Annabelle, hello, hello. Hi, I'm here to lurk. Welcome. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Greatly, greatly appreciated, Animal. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate the lurking. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to have this out. Yes, I'm not completely insane yet. And that's about thigh length. Okay, so actually... Let me try this again. That's about as good as I'm gonna get that. Okay. Oh no, undo. That'll do. I should probably just rotate that slightly so that it's not directly in front of my screen, so that I can actually see what I'm doing. Potentially helpful. You know what? I'm not actually going to have these lines in here. I'm going to cancel those. I'm just going to go with... Nope. That ought to do the trick there. Getting our primary flight feathers separated. There we go. And that's going to sit over there. Because the next thing that's going to happen is primary cupboard, which is going to take us in there, like so. And then a lure. Which folds in like so. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to grab a little bit more. All of this. Clear it. Right. I don't know what artifacts those were, but I'm glad I got them gone. Okay, now I've got to get rid of this artifact. There we go. I think a lot of the time when people are drawing winged folk, we kind of underestimate the scale of feather. Like, significantly underestimate the scale of feathers. Especially in this front view. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Alright. Actually, I'm going to undo a whole bunch of what I just did, because why? I'm not happy with the number of feathers I've actually got on this side. And I don't actually want to show those off if I'm not happy with them. In terms of number. So let me just go redo up until the point where nope. I'm going to show only one split, and that's going to be the single shorter feather. Nope. Undo. Okay. Which simplifies then this side as well. Yep, a little bit lower down here. Okay. I'm not gonna have that go further up than on. Nearly there. Right sketch. Pull that back up. Okay. Something is there. Merge down. There we go. Nope, actually not happy with that at all. There we go. Okay, nearly got it. Okay, that is wings sorted. Wings, check, done, happy. Now we can do faces. Yay! Or it's... I'm actually going to start on this side. I'm going to do the hair first. And what I want to do here is I want to actually do like a really... I actually want to do like a French braid a little bit. Because it's still the same kind of loose look that would be on brand. Long? Very long. Very long. Pretty! Yay! I'm glad you think so, Moonshiro. Welcome in. How are you doing? I love guys with long hair, it's a thing. It is a thing. It is definitely a thing. Also, hello. Yeah, I have a similar weakness. I think I can't deny that at this point. Long hair and nice voices. Ish. I'm tired and there's a lot to do still, and I'm taking a break from making a D&D character for one shot. Ooh! Fun! I hope that you get a good rest in. Mm. And wishing you well with completing the things that you need to do. Mm. That is better. Fun, but a lot of info. It's just been a while since I've last played, and the DM has a specific way of game, so it's a lot of learning and familiarizing myself with it. Ah, I see. Is it a standard world build, or is it a homebrew campaign? Or a homebrew one-shot? Assuming the homebrew is made specifically for our campaign and made with the DM in mind, then yes. Yeah, homebrew would usually be like own world, own rules to a degree. Sometimes literally just taking the default materials and then just reskinning them. Sometimes coming up with entirely new materials as well. Depends on how much work gets put into it. It's E5, the 2014 version. I see. He's so pretty! Thank you! No, wait, that's the ribbon. And I'm gonna cut this ribbon short. Undo. Yeah, it's a homebrewing campaign, one shot, and it's also the first time I play as a hybrid character, but it's not one of the basic species. Ooh! Oh, that's double fun. Yeah, I'd really, really, really like to play D&D again. But I'm not a big fan of the Forgotten Realms world build, which is probably another reason why I never got into like Baldur's Gate and things like that, because that's all Forgotten Realms. I'm not a fan of that world build. Specifically. Or at least how I've seen it handled. But an interesting homebrew? Ooh. I'd love to get involved in one at some point. I'm making a hybrid person in the desert rodent type of thing, and he's an archaeologist. Ooh! Desert rodent person! That sounds like a fun character. How are you? I'm doing well. I got a bit of good news earlier today, which has left me a bit giddy, and I'm really excited for things. I can't share what the good news is, but I can tell you that it's a big, big, big positive, and it is going to have an impact on the channel, but it is a big positive. It's just going to make some things a little bit easier a little bit later. Oh, ears behind the wing, more pretty. Cleanies won't see the pretty earrings. Not in this view, perhaps. But on the front view for sure. Happy for you. Thank you! I am kind of very excited. I find the biggest problem with D&D is just how long it takes to actually manifest a one-shot or campaign, and you need to find people who would be consistent with being part of the campaign. Yeah. Like, the thing with a D&D campaign especially, is that you need a player base that actually have a regular schedule. Or if not regular, at least predictable. And that can sometimes be really, really difficult. Especially in the content creator sphere, I think. Or people who work with shifts of any description that might get rescheduled depending on the needs of the job on the day. And if it's a physical table campaign or a remote thing, ooh yeah, that's a whole other kettle of fish altogether there. Like, I have a next level of respect for anyone who does in-person campaigns with physical settings, because that takes a lot of setup and preparation, and sometimes a lot of investment as well. And actually getting people into the room physically, that is a nightmare. Ooh, cheese mouth, yes. Joshua, hello, hello. It is I, the Great Lurker. I shall be lurking, ma'am. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate. Enjoy your lurks. I think a cheeky smile suits this particular version. Now, next layer up, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put in our hairline. I'm tempted to do something a little bit... I'm tempted to do something a little bit off-brand here. Ever so slightly. I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity to do so again, so... I want to take the chance while it is afforded. That was a very interesting method of what you did there with the further eyebrow to do the bone structure and then from there to make the eyebrow itself. I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh! Okay. I found it's a nice easy way to cheat when you've got slightly up-angled 3/4 views. At least not that I remember it in general or being done like this. Okay. He can be a cheeky owlman. He can be a cheeky owlman indeed. Macy bangs, good luck with that. How to make them look messy without actually having them messy. Messiness with as few strokes as possible. And that is another hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. I'm not actually happy with how that other side is. How many have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4 sections. Just to be clear, it was no criticism about the eyebrow thing. I was actually very impressed because that's a very clever cheat in how you did it. I never think of it doing it so obviously it's fun. No, I did not perceive it as any criticism at all. Maybe it's just the short person debuff, but I'm used to kind of looking up at people at sort of this angle quite frequently. So for me it was kind of like a normal thing to see. I get that. Alright. So that's that. Now what I want to do is hide you. Okay, I'm happy with this slot, so I'm going to merge this down. Now this is where I want to experiment a little bit. Because under normal circumstances, this would kind of flop like this. I can just imagine him walking around with a book in one hand, the other folded behind his back, and calling people for breaking the rules, but in a nice way. In an imperative voice, but still nice. I can also totally imagine that, honestly. Watch yourself, Plumie. I don't know how I feel about that, honestly. Let's go with something like... Ooh, hello there. Maybe go higher with the bang so it's covering the edge of her eyebrow. I kind of like the idea of a little bit of this backwards sweep for sure this time around. Like that. Because we haven't actually seen him with open forehead. And I feel like that's something we could remedy just a little. Behind on stream again. Oh well. It happens from time to time. Sometimes it buffers without even making it obvious that it's buffered. So you don't actually know that you're not on the live view mode, which is a bit frustrating. Not 100% sold on these two pieces. That tiny bit you added to the right one, the bigger one, did help make it seem more fluffy, but I don't know. Yeah, I also wasn't convinced by it. I want it to look more blown back than anything else. I think that keeps the volume of what we see normally, just in a different placement. So I'm gonna freeze design there, I think. How did you do it on the other one? Oh, I did his hair normally on the other one, basically. I did his normal long hair mode on the other one. I don't really want to do too much more in terms of the length because I don't actually want to hide the stepping of the French braid. Besides, he more says he likes braiding things, so he can more braid his hair too. Gotcha. Yeah, I think maybe if I add another stray on the corners here as well. It'll speak a little bit more into that messiness and those longer pieces that just aren't long enough to get caught. You don't know how to braid? I'm pretty sure he does. He did mention on stream a couple of times that he likes braiding things, which is why he's very interested in crochet. In learning to crochet. That's something that he has mentioned before. Should I wave goodbye to the sharp eyebrow arch? That's very pretty to look at because that'll be hidden behind bangs. No, I'm going to see this little break that I've put in there. I'm going to be leaving the sharp eyebrow in. I'm just going to have it like semi-transparent through there because I also very much like that. We see so little of his eyebrows under normal circumstances. Like, ooh, anime root? Yes, yes. Don't let realism get in the way of good aesthetics. That is what we're rolling with here. Actually, I'm going to put the eyes on a separate layer so that if I need to make a fix or an adjustment, I can. I'm going to start this side like this. Time check, an hour 18. Okay. You made it lower than where I placed it? Yeah, I'm probably going to move it. I'm also probably going to rescale it. Just a little bit as well. Because I haven't sketched the eyes in as well. So I'm kind of just going in on instinct and vibes. And hoping for the best. That doesn't look too wrong, I don't think. Hide the sketch. Ah, the magic of digital drawing. In traditional art, it's not working that way, no. Like, I know there is a way to cheat the mirroring trick with an actual mirror, where you kind of stand a mirror vertically next to your canvas and then you actually look into the mirror as you're drawing the thing. Like, I know that is a technique that I've seen some people do to get the canvas flip sort of effect in traditional work. But that depends on having a mirror that you can get close enough to your canvas that's big enough for you to actually see in. Like a 25-30 centimeter mirror tile, like what you'd mount in a bathroom. Like, that is actually the ideal sort of a mirror for that job. Because it's big and it's got a straight edge that you can just actually just put that against the table. I feel like we can make that grin slightly cockier. Ah, just, it's amazing what a couple of pixels does, right? Like, it was hardly anything. But those cut with tiny extra pixels do quite a lot of heavy lifting. Wow, okay. Alright. Now, the question is, do I want to throw this braid over a shoulder to bring it in front of a wing? Or do I have that length, which is definitely at least mid-shin, poking out sneakily between the wings and the back? I'm gonna do the sneaky. I'm gonna do the sneaky. As someone that had long enough hair for it to drape on my shoulder and also fall to my back, that's a possibility too. Like, I feel like when the braid hangs between the wings, they're comfortably out the way. Well, it's comfortably out the way. But it's a nice sneaky little thing that adds to the silhouette. It went on the shoulder, U-shape and over again to drape on the back. Wow. That does sound quite long. Also sounds quite straight for it to do that. My hair is naturally quite wavy, but in an inconsistent sort of wavy. So, it never hung nicely when it was loose. Ever. What? Tried it. Didn't work for me. It was also quite long at some stage. But tying it up is the way to go for me. If I've got long hair. Otherwise it just gets in my neck and it's irritating. But okay, I'm happy. I'm happy with our line work. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a couple of indications of magical glass beam happening over here. While in a braid it's more straight. My hair is wavy curly. Ah, I see, I see, I see. Now I'm going to grab all of you and move you back a little bit. Because there's no reason for you to be hugging the edge that badly now. Shouldn't there be a little bit of hair peeking around the chin area because of how loose the braid is? I'm talking about the right side of his face. Our left side. Okay, so starboard side. Let me just check here. Well, his ear is about here. It'd be maybe that much, considering that there's still the weight of it all pulling it a bit straighter in the back. As well. Because remember, the line of the back of the head comes down like that, so technically it would be pulling this way slightly before gravity pulls it straight down. And I don't want it to be too poofy at the bottom of the head. Because at that point half of it just falls out. Enough to have a slight little bit of volume, but not too much. Like, technically speaking, this should be pulling straighter. Technically. But I'm not gonna let it, realism, once again, get in the way of good aesthetics. Understanding? Okay. Alright. But I think we are at a point where we can do next steps as our flat colors, but before that I'm just going to quickly handle something that needs handling. One moment please, I will be back in just a tick. Alright, we're back. We're back. Okay, so next we're gonna do our flat colors. Eek. I don't think I'm gonna do any shading on this. Maybe a little bit of shine on the metal parts. Actually, I'm not going to say anything about what I am or I'm not going to do at this point. I have no idea. What I am going to do... I'm going to start... yeah, I'm going to start with that. And let's see, are there any gaps that I need to close? No. That's solid because it's all contained by the wings. There's one there. Nice, easy closed shapes. Easy closed shapes. We've got a little piece of silhouette there, we've got a little piece of gap there, got a tiny piece of gap there. Okay, expand by 1 pixel. Invert and fill. Okay, that just gives us an idea of what we've got to work with. Let me just get rid of this debris. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Green, yes. Let's start with skin. It's very fitting for the setup you've got. Yep. Just a little. Just a little. Skin. Yes, skin. What I do want to do is just add that glove line on that ring finger, because that's the ring finger. I wanted to ask, how did you know where the glove was ending? Because there was no line there, so now I know. Yeah. I forgot to draw it. It happens. That'll do. Okay. New layer. Yep. Okay. It's gonna be the hair base. Okay. So I'm gonna need to speed this up a little bit because it's not long until Zany is gonna join us to continue on his character design thing. So I gotta dial my speed up a little bit. Are you gonna do the eyes in color only with no outline? Yeah, I'll decide if I'm gonna keep the outline or not. I'm not sure yet. Sometimes the outline actually helps give it just that smidge more definition. Which I'm not exactly opposed to. Okay. I'm just imagining if he has an itch on his back, it's a hustle to try and get it. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Probably. No, undo, undo. Okay, almost got these down. Just giving myself buffer zone to get all the feathers in here properly. Okay, so that is all of the organics. That's all of the organic stuff as far as foundation is concerned. Running out of time a little bit, but it's fine. Hide. Let's do clothing. Before I get into that, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab... Is there a swatch for his actual outfit? I'm not sure if I see an actual swatch for the outfit. Swatch for the pendant, yes. Next biggest flat color section, and I'm pretty sure that's a standard color. Those were the ranger colors. I think this is pretty much a standard. Not quite standard, but definitely within the same bracket. So I'm gonna go with that because it's a little bit more saturated. I'm gonna put that in there. Hide the clothing embellishments layer. Clear that. Try that again. The finished model color of the jacket is a little bit deeper than the flat color even before the extra shading. Okay, so that's then gonna be mantle color on the sides like that. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a slightly desaturated, definitely darker. Belts. Okay. Zany, hello, hello. Welcome in. We are almost done with our challenge entry. I'm speeding to get it sorted. The palm glove is not the same as the inner braces? No. I want to have that a little bit distinct so that one can tell that they are in fact not the same article. A bit light, I see? Yeah. Yay, hello, hello. I understand. I thought for a moment you might have missed it because of your need to rush to color all the basic colors, and I wanted to point it out. Oh, I see. Dang. Yes. We are indeed in coloring mood. Ooh, I see what I forgot here. On the mantle on this side. Then Aye. Almost got it. I didn't get as good a sleep as I was hoping, but I exist. Oh, shame, Zany. Are you okay? Sucky sleep generally sucks. Okay. And I'm gonna put the halves in actual black as well. What am I missing? details for one. I keep finding other stuff that I forgot to ink in place. I'm alright, I think I was just unconscious nerves. I understand, I understand. I hope that the nerves settle themselves. Oh no. That was dangerous. That almost did something horrible. Cut that. Paste that. Merge that. That was too close. Yeah, I'm taking a little bit of creative liberty in terms of exactly how on the brown and green and gold swatch I want to be. I am going to be adding brown in some places, but I like using blacks and greys as a base color. At least in initial stages. If I decide to change one or two hues later, we'll see what fits and what works. Okay, almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there. Ah! And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Just holler whenever you're ready for me. It will be very, 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 very soon. It will be very soon. I'm not doing more than flats on this thing. I don't think. I just want to get it out of the way, because then it is literally just me and commissions for pretty much the rest of the month. Aside from Donothon Performance Madness. I'd prefer to not have this eat into another day. Hello, Spring George, now in green. Indeed. Okay. So I think I'm going to change my mind about... Let's see. Am I going to change my mind, or am I going to lean into it? You know what? I'm gonna steal the white color, or the light color, and actually have these bits in white, I think. Why? Because metal is slightly more resistant to the curse of white materials being ruined if you think at it in the wrong tone of voice. And that also adds a little bit more light work. That's gonna look good. Okay, we're almost there, almost there. Anything else that I'm missing before adding back the other star? We need feathers over here. Okay. Black on the inner layer. and the running gear. It's green? Yes. It is a slightly green shade of black. What I do need to do is do a quick contrast check. So full layer, set to color. Okay, this color needs to be a bit lighter. Okay, that's a better mid-color. Okay, hide the inks. Okay, don't apply only to selected. So that should take everything that was of that color. Yes. Okay. It makes everything a bit lighter. And then this, I also want to make a bit lighter and just desaturate it slightly. Hide the inks. Is that too much? Slightly too much. Okay, value-wise it's pretty much the same as the wings. But the contrast amongst the greens is okay now. Okay. Happy there, happy there, happy there, happy there. Okay. Throw our engravings back on. And full in gold. Subtle, but something. Undo. Never mind this thing about the inner layer being in black. It did not look right at all. These rivets can be white. Not convinced. Was that? cafe momentarily. Thank you. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to see. Shake that. That looks better. I know, strange to see Bill in darker pants, but I think it will work better in this context. More contrast between the outer and inner leg, and also against his wings. Unless I do the same here. How does that look? How does that look actually? I'm actually not entirely satisfied with this color as well. It's too saturated still. Do not apply to connected only. That's better. That's better. You know what? Engraving and then black again. Just makes more sense for it to be in black. Okay. Nearly got it, nearly got it, nearly got it. Yeah, I'm still deciding whether I'm going to stick with that color or the light one, and I'm not sure. But I think the darker one will work better, now that you've reminded me. Okay, let me just finish with things. Here's my big brush. Make it bigger. Almost there. On this. It's rough, but that's fine. Okay, and then last one. Okay. Lock that. Nearly got it, nearly got it. Come on, come on, come on. No speed, no speed, no speed. Okay. I am not comfy trying to work on this anymore right now. I will finish coloring this off stream. I'll finish coloring this off stream. Because we need to move on to zany stuff. We need to move on to zany stuff. Yeah. But we've got most of the way there. We've got most of the way there. I'll definitely be refining how I color the plumage because I'm not happy with it. Entirely. But it's mostly there. It's mostly there. And then I'll add some final shinies and stuff off stream before posting. To the tag. Okay. Looks good. Yay! Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it actually. I'll do some more refinements to exact colors and so on, but it will happen. It will happen. Coolio. I think there are worse outfits to befit a person. So, with you. Save and stretch and hydrate. Thank you. I shall do so. I shall do so. So, and as we do that, let me make sure that I have everything I need on my side ready for Zany. And hydrates, courtesy of Minshiro, over on YouTube. We have saved, we've hydrated. And now we stretch a little bit. Okay. Mostly the back. Because that's what's stiffest right now. roll the chair back a little bit so I've got space to maneuver. Okay. Okay. We are here. We are here. Alright. Zany, are you ready to join us? Ready whenever? Okay. Dialing in. Woohoo! And just a moment. Okay, Discord should be unmuted.
Hello.
Hello, I hear you! Greetings! Eek. Let me just drop you right there. Good to have you joining us, Zany. Welcome in.
Good to be here.
So, this is actually our first time chatting in person.
Yes.
It is a pleasure to finally hear your voice, sir.
It's a pleasure to be heard.
Alright, so, to cut the long story short, the trouble that I ran into while I was working on this particular outfit was that I could not 100% just based off of the gear loadout identify the context for the outfit. In other words...
Continue.
Okay. In other words, I can tell that it is some level of outdoor adventuring-ish type of gear, considering that there is a need for some amount of armament and resources. But the context more being in relation to your world build, and I'm not 100% sure how much of that world build you are actually comfortable of sharing so that we can get whatever we do to fit your setting most appropriately.
I see. Yes, it is adventuring gear, outdoorsy adventure, fighting monsters, all that nonsense. In terms of that, there's not a lot more I can say because I haven't figured it out too much.
Okay.
On my own end, but I also understand that you were having a problem situating some of the stuff on the back specifically.
Yeah, I think half of my issue is that I'm not 100% sure about your loadout as well. So your collection of weapons is extensive, right?
Yes.
So you have basically a longsword, a rapier, a katana, and then your dual wielder or your dual hander. So a blade specifically for stabbing, a blade specifically for slashing, a sort of good for everything weapon, your bodyguard weapon, and then your relic, which is on top of the broadsword, if I'm not mistaken. So
Pretty much.
The normal one. Okay.
You got the plain one, and you got the specialty weapons, and then the handy-down, basically.
Okay. Now, I am struggling to find a way to get a combination of carry versatility with weapons versatility here. So based on this spread, it's very obvious that the character is very much multidisciplinary in terms of skill set.
Yes.
However, I do see a couple of potential problems if this is going to be a regular carry for some sort of long trek. Because I'm assuming there's a journey involved here.
In many cases, yes. More often than not, he's not wearing all of the weapons at the same time. Especially when he's on those longer treks. When he's wearing all of them at the same time, it's more like a display, a show of power, walking the streets or something. Like, this is a person that knows what he's doing, don't mess with him, kind of thing. So he's
I would actually hesitate to say that might actually have the opposite impact. Because I'm afraid that if he's carrying all of the weapons, it looks like he's being a pack mule for 4 other people. And I'm scared that that's not going to give him the
quite the feel that he was hoping for. I understand.
Yes. Yeah. So, while I can understand keeping them with him if he's going to be on a journey, and then having them either in various holsters attached to the horse or whatever appropriate mount might be the case, or in the carriage or whatever would be the vehicle of choice, to be brought out for whatever context is appropriate. But if we're assuming, okay, the standard, the 80% use case, is that not all of them are being worn all the time, then I think we need to make sure that our carrying situation reflects that as well, so that we don't end up having conflicts in terms of the use case and the aesthetic. Does that sound agreeable?
Yeah. That makes sense to me.
Okay. I'm slightly relieved by this because I understand that it is slightly off brief, but it does help to refine things down a bit. So then the next question, based off of going, okay, we now know that the loadout is going to be tailored to specific situations. The next point of context is going to be then, what kind of environment are we mostly talking about when he will be wearing this attire? Is it mostly a woodland terrain? Is it mostly an urban scenario? Is it somewhere in between? Is it a mountainous region?
Well, I haven't figured out the geography of his area specifically. It is a mixture of all three in many cases.
Okay.
Every now and again, he has to go into the mountains to deal with whatever's up there. Sometimes, a lot of the time, he's in the cities because that's where the guilds are. Plenty of grassy plains, woodland areas, because that's where monsters will often spawn on the roads. Other necessary things like that.
Okay. So this would be basically a catch-all for dealing with most sort of terrains outdoors primarily.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of mobility, does he mostly walk and hike places, or does he have a mount that he rides around?
He has a mount. He has a mount, especially when he's going between different cities or different regions. But when he has to go into more, like when he's on an extermination excursion, he'll mostly be on foot because he doesn't want to get his mount hurt for obvious reasons.
Okay, of course. Okay, that makes sense. So definitely not cavalry.
No.
Okay. In that case, I think as far as footwear goes, I'm gonna go for a flat sole rather than a slight heel. Because when it comes to grip on uneven terrain and things like that, a heel is known to actually interfere a little bit. And having a thinner sole gives the foot a lot more flexibility for balance and so on uneven terrain. So a thinner, flatter sole will assist with that quite significantly. While not getting in the way of stuff. I mean, you'll still be able to hitch a sabaton over that and have straps in all of the right places to keep things secure. But it'll just be a little bit more adventurer friendly to not have a heel that can get caught on stuff or have a slippery sole in that way.
That makes sense. And I wasn't really expecting to have a heel on, to be honest. I'm not.
Yeah, because I noticed that in your original you have got a little bit of a heel, which makes sense for a stirrup. And there are also heels on all of the references. Except for this one. This is the only one that's got a thin, flat sole, which makes sense, considering the context of the entire picture in question. This is very obviously the right footwear for hiking in that sort of an environment, which we see in the background there. So, check on that. Question answered, yay! Okay. So that works. That works. Then, I think my next question is gonna be about right. I think when you mentioned a trail, you're referring to this sort of skirt thing, if I'm understanding correctly, in your thing? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Alright. Now, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding 100%. Da-da-da-da. Okay, so would these actually act primarily as storage or primarily as some sort of weather resistance here?
They'd act primarily, obviously aesthetic, but also significantly for weather resistance and the storage of 2 scabbards, and that's pretty much it.
Okay.
There wouldn't be too much other pockets in there, if any.
Mm-mm. Okay. All right. Okay. And then the gambeson, the padded armor. Do you foresee it being particularly thick, or is it mostly going to be for thermal?
I see it being fairly thin, so that he can retain as much range of mobility as possible. But also just thick enough that if he does get hit on his arm or in under his chest or anywhere else, it's not going to go straight through his torso or straight through his flesh.
Okay. So still a relatively thin thing. Okay. So definitely not a traditional gambeson. Okay.
No.
Noted. Which means that immediately half of the bulk that I've got there is for a starting point. So let's hide out the layer. Okay. And that means that this automatically can drop as well. Now, in terms of the aesthetics of what we're going for here, do we want to work purely on the functional look for while doing the monster hunting? Or are we going for the in-between traveling look with the extra stuff strapped on or held over the shoulders and stuff like that? Like wearing the knapsack and so on.
The in-between traveling look. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then, let me think very, very carefully. We're going to definitely need to add more drawings to this because there are so many layers to what this actually requires to understand what's actually fully going on. That I'm scared if we don't give enough information in terms of variety of how things can get put together, and how much can be omitted at a time, that you're going to get a lot of rejections from artists who might need to illustrate this.
That's fine.
If we don't give them clarity on enough options.
Right, understandable.
Like, personally, I have yet to turn down a commission because the character was quote-unquote too complex on my end, but I do know that I've heard horror stories from people who have had artists turn them down because of the amount of stuff going on in the design.
Right.
And I think having the variables that are accounted for will help negate that a little bit. Because I'm not going to expect you to only buy art from me. That would be really, really, really dumb.
Yeah, I can't just stick to one artist for everything.
Exactly. Okay,
This ain't the medieval era.
yeah, you don't just get one patron who kind of locks you in the basement and then maybe feeds you every now and again.
Yeah.
But okay. Now, structurally, definitely not aesthetically, but structurally, as far as the armor placements go, am I more or less on the right track with what I've currently got? Or am I wildly off the mark?
With most of it, you're on the right track.
Okay.
The
Where am I?
The shin guards specifically is what I noted is the first thing that I noticed when you pulled up the drawing.
Okay.
When I said, in the little document, when I said split in half, I meant down the middle, not.
Oh, okay.
Not like not like a burger, but more like a hot dog.
Okay. Okay. So you mean a wraparound greave instead of a front plate only?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense to me. Thank you. Let me get rid of all of that madness. That is so very wrong. And that definitely impacts structures in the back as well. Cool.
The only other thing is that I have no intention of having sabatons, because I know that those impede ankle movement, which can be very important in swordplay specifically.
Okay. So then, definitely nothing on the bridge of the nose. Do you want a safety guard for the toe?
Yes.
Okay. Flat-soled safety boots it is. Okay. And then assuming that... I'm just going to give myself a little guide here. Assuming that... okay, that's my sketch. So assuming that is where our ankle is at, and that the most that a human ankle can stretch upwards is approximately like so. From this point. That means that what we're looking at here is at most a peak point like that. Or further out. And do you imagine this being a front closure or a back closure?
Like where the buckles are?
Well, okay, let's think about it this way. Since we want it to be a wraparound, it has to be in two parts, right? So there has to be a place for hinges.
Right.
Or in the absence of hinges, there needs to be some way of either pinning or otherwise connecting the two halves together. Potentially with a strap that goes through both and wraps around in one way. In other words, you might have a shell, like I'm going to assume a front and back split, right? So if we're assuming
there's a pin holding it in the front.
Okay, a pin in the front. Then, in terms of the amount of space that we're going to need at the back then, Are you strictly looking for a buckle like what we find on a belt? The usual C buckle or E buckle or whatever you want to call it? Or are you open to alternative closure types?
I am open to alternative closure types.
Okay, so we'll experiment with that as well. Okay. As for what's happening on the thighs, am I understanding that correctly-ish?
Yes.
Okay. Have I got the length on the breastplate more or less right? Or do you want it to come a little bit higher up instead of going down quite so low?
I'd like it to be a little higher up.
Mm-hmm. Sort of sternum height?
Yes.
Okay. Now, classically, this particular type of pauldron I've only seen on, like, Gothic plate armor. So, do you foresee it having some sort of strap mechanism to hold it on? Or do you foresee it being bolted onto the breastplate in some way with rivets?
A combination of both. Like the top would be bolted onto the breastplate, fully connected, and then the bottom, the portion that's over the arm would be strapped onto it to
an
keep
arm
it from...
strap.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So with that then being the case, I will then also experiment in terms of shape with how exactly that connection point happens. In the timeline of things, how much is he showing off at this point in terms of family status?
At this point, he would be showing off a significant amount because he is of age.
Okay.
And even if he doesn't necessarily want to, his father wants the people to know that he is of nobility.
Okay. So we're going to add all of the flair as much as possible.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That gives me a lot more to work with. Significantly. So if you would like, we can stay on call in case you want to add any comments as we go from here. But I think from this point I'll be able to do corrections to what we've got. And if you see anything that is significantly off kilter, please do not hesitate to stop me and let me know.
I can stay on call or I can get out of your hair.
Whichever is more comfortable for you.
I am perfectly fine with either. I have no issue with having myself be on anything, so
Okay, well, then you can hang around, and then as conversations happen in chat as well, we can also bounce it around. I don't see why not. Keep it casual, right?
Sounds good.
Okay. So then this is going to be notes. Let me just write all of that down. You're seeing full range of crab writing at the moment. All of the notes that only I need to be able to read. In terms of the magic system of your world, are enchantments for enhancements to fabrics and things a thing?
Yes.
Or not? They are.
Enhancements to weapons, armor, clothing, all of that jazz.
Okay, so here's a question. How necessary then is the gambeson, or would he be able to just get the shirt enchanted? Because if it's already maybe a silk shirt, considering its nobility, and silk is known for its anti-destructive properties, and then it still gets enchanted, do we then need
at this point in the story, it would be unlikely.
Unlikely.
Okay. Even for nobility, because enchantments are done by a specific group of people at this point, it would be unlikely.
Okay. But definitely still silk. Expensive stuff, but known to be pretty darn good. Okay. Then I think I'm going to start our actual directions. So, hide the outer layer. Switch. Hide the main. In terms of the shape of our base layer, is this pretty much okay?
Yes.
In terms of rough shape? Okay.
That's pretty much what I was thinking of.
Okay, cool. And these things on the leg, do you expect that they would be a bit tighter fitting or a bit baggier?
I'd expect them to be a little loose, but relatively tight fit.
Okay. So sort of like a pair of Levi's jeans.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Not skinny jeans though.
No. I'm talking classic straight legs.
Yes.
Like what they've been wearing since the 50s. That one cut that is just perfect for everything.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. And these are made out of... Material not defined, okay. Probably based off of the images I'm seeing, probably leather?
Most likely.
Okay.
Leather or some other similar protective material.
Something... So let's then go. Have a good look. Front view is okay, back view is too bulky. Okay, so I'm gonna make this Gambison 4-layer silk. So it will be approximately the thickness of a very lightweight sweater, probably. In which case, we probably are not going to need the arm pieces entirely separated.
Alright.
Because then if the arm eye is big enough, then, or perhaps even an open arm eye at the bottom, like open seam on the bottom half, you'll still have full range of mobility, you just won't need to have the top split necessarily, like if it were made out of boiled leather.
Right. That makes sense. I like that idea.
Yay! Okay. Okay, then let me just come to my notes again quickly and just write in here. That. There we go. Because once we've got a base structure that we're happy with, then we can fiddle around with embellishments and aesthetics much more readily. Knowing that we've got the basics sorted. In terms of the color of this thing, am I understanding it correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see this breastplate being a thing that is attached with some sort of strap or harness, or is it also attached to the gambeson directly?
I see it being attached via a harness or strap.
Okay.
It would not be uncommon for him to take it off between hunts so they can be maintained.
Okay. Okay, now, in terms of the physics realism that you want to incorporate into the general aesthetic of your world build, on a scale from practical realism at 1 to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, whereabouts would you pin the practicality scale of how attire generally looks in your world? Like, across the board.
Across the board, I'd say about a 3 or a 4. Like a 3.5.
Okay, so a little bit more extra than Earth.
Yes.
But not insane. Okay.
Like, if JoJo is 10 and Earth is 1, then it would be about a 3.5.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense, that makes sense. Wait, I'll put this in one place. I totally got this in one place. Let's just doubly check that. Because the pivot is around that bone. I thought so. This can stretch down just a smidge. Okay. That is an aesthetic I can work with. Okay, I will address that when I'm doing the aesthetic versions. This madness. Because in this current blunt structure only form, it does look a little bit dumb right now. Wait. I'll do it like this. Get rid of those because they are unnecessary. Rename this group to armor. the notes. Invert that and fill. Okay, obviously it's things to repair here. Wow. Almost got this rough pass on the armor pieces in place. Then it's just gonna be I've still got to sort out the belt. So the belt, which is going to also be part of this layer, which is for carrying all of these. I think this can afford to actually be thinner. This can afford to be a thinner belt. Probably, because this is the functional level. It carries vials, glass, options. Let's think. Don't want it to be. Don't want them to sit too high up, because then they get interference with the elbows, especially if it's on the side. So if there's going to be any sort of side pouch, it needs to hang somewhere here, and it would need a broad connection point so that it doesn't want to move around, and it would want something going around the leg to hold it secure. If you're gonna have a pouch on the side, and then perhaps a longer compartment over here. Like what we had when we first opened this thing up. Maybe somewhat useful. Okay, so then hide that. Right, so this is all armament. This is all pre-armament. And then outer. I'm going to put the outer on also pre-armament. Structurally. Just to get a sense of what we need for that. But I do want to just check here. I want to be on the reference. Okay, that's the hydrates. Everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and let's take a sip. This compartment can't be on this belt. Why? Because if it is, then it's always going to be inaccessible because we're going to have the trail belt over the top of this. Otherwise, the hip pouch is going to not have any way to get through the thing. Unless the hip pouch is attached to a second belt underneath the gambeson, perhaps. But that makes layering a weird thing. Let's think. It might be a matter of aesthetics. I'm just gonna hide this. I'm gonna call this one back pouch on its own. Okay. Like that. This might need to be its own layer as well. So let me just duplicate this because it might need to get moved around quite a bit. Definitely more open front for maneuverability. Okay. Something like that, ish. For now, as a foundation. Yeah, the layer order is definitely going to need work. Layer order is definitely going to need work for this to make sense. The side pouch cannot be on the same belt as that if it's going to sit on top of the trails. So
As I thought about it more and more, I couldn't figure out a way to even have a thigh pouch without it getting in the way.
Yeah.
Personally.
It's just a thigh pouch. If you have other stuff that it needs to work with, is just not gonna fly. So, permission to fly the thigh pouch.
Permission granted.
Yay. It does not work in this particular case. But they can't fault us for not trying it. Before dismissing it. And that means that the belt can then get separated onto its own layer as well. Which means that the back pouch can merge back onto this belt, because that makes more sense. Okay. Belt comes in. Right. Next is the outer layer. Now here, looking specifically at a jacket. Let me just expand this so that I can actually read the entire paragraph in a single line. Okay. Methinks, in all likelihood, whatever happens on the outer layer needs to be something that can be taken off without compromising the armor. Because when you are exerting yourself, naturally heat buildup is a thing.
Which makes sense.
Which is why I think, rather than jackets, a lot of adventurers prefer to use cloaks of some description, because you don't compromise your armor, and if you get hot, you can just flop it open. Instead, with the jacket, it's actually going to inhibit maneuverability quite significantly. Looking at this,
Right. I was using those as more of a guesstimate for a rough aesthetic.
If we're using that as an aesthetic reference for what we're going to do with it, we can still give that sort of aesthetic to a cloak. 100%.
Okay.
So that we can do. So where's my notes? Up here. Flat rates that I can see. Okay. Okay. So functionally, I think within 90% of the way there, aside from throwing a cloak on this thing. Which I think probably, considering the trails, we can probably get away with actually having a half length, which will also give an interesting silhouette, rather than maybe a full length. I don't know, how do you feel about that?
I much prefer the idea of the half length.
Okay. Because then we can do some interesting stuff with that. Okay. We have a plan. And we can do literally all sorts of aesthetic stuff with that, just knowing that it is approximately yay shape. Okay. So, with functional stuff pretty much sorted. And knowing that we want to be a little bit extra about this. In terms of your world's general aesthetic as well, we've established that it's a little bit fancier than Earth. And based off of the neon highlights in the current primary reference, there is definitely no shortage of interesting color dyes available.
My current design reference is of present day, post future kind of thing, or post present. Whereas the reference that is being worked on now is several hundred years in the past by comparison.
Okay, that gives a lot of extra context. Okay. So stylistically, we need to keep in mind that we're dealing with several hundred years of availability in terms of dyes restrictions and technological developments and so on as well.
Correct.
Okay. So, do you have a sort of a time period that you foresee as being a historical reference point? Or are you kind of going D&D
around the age of exploration, I think it's called, about when Christopher Columbus found the Americas, around that time frame. Is what I was thinking of, because like the way I was thinking about it is Zany was raised and born around the time that a new world was found, but he had been lost to time a few decades before the revolution, or before a revolution started in that new world.
Okay. So, and this new world that we're talking about is a literal alternative planet?
No. It would be like a new continent.
Okay. And so new continent on their existing world?
Yes.
Alright. And would we be dealing with alternate version of Earth, or are we dealing with an actual alternate planet? Earth-like world?
More or less an alternate version of Earth. Pretty much.
Okay.
At least that's what I had started with. That might change down the road, but for the time being.
Okay. So, open on this side. I just want to check. (14, 18 to 16, 20). Okay. So let's go with, if that we're talking in that time frame, would we say it's more or less towards the beginning, or more or less towards the end? Aesthetically speaking, of that time frame.
Let me see. I think it would be more or less towards the end.
Okay. Okay. So just looking at a couple of historical references on the side here. Let's see. So, by our standards, it's definitely an era where men's fashion was questionable.
Very different.
Yes. Very, 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 very different. It was still when men dressed very flamboyantly. I can't get over these shorts, but anyway. The shorts over the leggings. That are
I
in
hate
almost
shorts,
every
to be
single one of
honest.
these.
Never been a fan.
Okay. So, that significantly changes things, at least on the general level of imagining what the average person looks like.
Certainly not as flamboyant as all the historical references.
Yeah, okay, so that, So the general gist I'm getting at, looking at a whole bunch of stuff and and whittling it down between a couple of different countries, is if we're going for anything of a roughly European origin point, we're looking at knee-length boots on average, big pants on average, cinched waists, and epic sleeves. And collars of varying levels of absurdity.
I mean, the boots I'm fine with. The pants, just overly flamboyant is not something he's fond of, especially in his line of work. And his collar is kind of crazy as it is, so at least for his Gambison. But
Alright, so then I'm just going to make a little note on this side in terms of general shape. That is the general shape of that aesthetic era. It's that sort of a line. Okay. That was a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Okay.
I know I wasn't thinking that flamboyant, personally.
Yeah. Like, the least flamboyant references I'm finding are from Scotland. But in those cases, it's basically a case of a block like that of some description.
Not great.
And then, yeah. So, if you were writing a historical fiction, I would say yes, 100%. Stick with when you are setting this. But I don't know if you've got plans to have this illustrated into a comic or something along those lines later down the line, or have an illustrated novel or what have you, a light novel series.
Not
perhaps.
Particularly. Personally, I was thinking of doing something like a journal, like a personal journal that he had kept during his time in the noble house.
Okay.
As the prologue, I think is the right term I'm looking for, before it time skips to present day.
Okay.
And then
but
one or
like
two illustrations.
Okay. So in terms of your overarching vision for this series, because it sounds like you've got, if not a series, at least a novel's worth of information by the amount of world building we've managed to glean. Do you foresee it remaining in novel format, or do you have plans for adaptations later down the line?
I would love for adaptations down the line, but I don't foresee it being adapted anytime soon.
Okay. Anytime soon is irrelevant.
Right.
Okay. But when you're developing your fictional world, you want to have a possibility open, right? For the various media. If you limit yourself to how soon you can do it, you're never going to get anywhere. So, if we're thinking in that long-term big picture idea, do you think that you need to specifically adhere to Earth history all that much?
No, definitely not.
Okay, so in that case, we're going to take that entire note and we're going to scrap it, and we're just going to wing it D&D style.
Sounds good.
Okay, because what we've got is not gelling. Because even when I look at the armor pieces of this era, it mostly fits into that sort of aesthetic category as well. And it's not matching your vision for the character.
Right.
So I think we're gonna wing it and play it by the rule of cool.
Sounds
because if I also think about how the other characters that we've seen and the other iterations of your outfit that we've seen all play into effect. I don't necessarily feel like what we've seen gels. I don't think it gels.
Yeah. Okay, it doesn't gel much at all.
Okay. Then if we're in agreement on that, we're going to ignore that information.
Right.
Okay. Then what we can do is we can then take this and duplicate it and iterate off of it. So, we're going to make version 1, version 2, and version 3. then what we're gonna do, I'm just gonna hide that. Let's think. Do I want to do this on a layer by layer basis, or do I want to do this in a way? I'm going to do it layer by layer because we're going to show layer by layer. Toaster, thank you for the save redeem. Greatly appreciated. After hashing out all of that, I think a save is indeed well timed. Okay. This is literally the most basic kind of boot you get. I'm just not making it the slip-on type, because in that case it would be baggier. And we do not have scope for baggy around the legs right now. Not with what's coming on top of all of this. Okay, this is going to be the basic version. This is going to be the basic version. For these parts. So, grab that. Grab outside. Expand. One. Insert. Full. Okay. Next. Here. Actually, in this layer already, we're going to include our toe guards. Why? Because those will be built into the shoe. There is no reason why they wouldn't be. Actually, I don't need that. Over here, I want this /9, yes. Just give me an indication of top stitching. If this iteration for this particular part gets chosen, I will probably use a thinner brush to indicate that top stitching. Now let me think very, very carefully for a second. actually be able to bend the knee. There might need to be a slot on the leading edge. Because depending on the hardness on the leather, it's not exactly a material that likes to bend readily. Which means there's probably also going to be a seam somewhere here as well. Potentially. In which case, having something. Undo. So we need to go down, move away. That's trim and correct. Unless I'm being dumb. I'm enjoying this layer by layer. No. No cutting corners. Just the more you iterate now, the less you have to iterate later. And get upset at yourself for doing it dumb. Okay, next here. comes in on this side, my outer edge. Do it like that. Okay, so then, now let's look at this thing, because from here it starts getting more aesthetically important. So, and that's another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. For this one, let's do a sort of a fastening. We can always change our mind later. We've got other iterations that we can mess with too. Okay. Okay, that's this one. Okay, that's that one. It's already looking so much more designed, and we've barely gotten started. Okay, I'm not gonna focus too hard on what's happening on the embraces, because that is pretty much already determined. I'm gonna focus my efforts elsewhere. So, let's start with let's start with getting rid of those, because we've got those bolting. Let's think. Where do I want to start with this armor? Let's go with a simple version. But let's make it asymmetrical. To account for the connection voice that only happened on one side. Okay. Which then arguably, I'm just going for a very, very careful second here. I think for a very careful second here. It's this thing. Just checking movability. It can't actually be bolted. It can't be bolted. As soon as it's bolted, it's going to get in the way. Unless it's got like all of the articulations. Um, now those will be slightly raised edges. I'm gonna put a corner along this edge. To give it a bit of extra something going for it. Okay, that's that one. Next. How do I want to handle this? I want to put this one. I'll strap like this. To freeze, I can assist you with character design. It is a commissionable item from me. But I think you need to have a foundational idea before you can proceed with that. So if you're struggling to ideate original characters, as in find a concept for them, I can't assist you with that. Because I don't know how or what you envisage for your story. So to come up with the people to populate it without significant information, it would be... It would be a challenge that I have not got the capacity for at the moment. But if you've already got the concept and you've already got the idea for your characters, you've got your idea for your cast, you know what you know more or less who they need to be able to do what you need them to do in the story, and how you want to tell the story, then I can assist you with the designing of those characters if you have not got that at that point. But coming up with them from scratch, that is not in my wheelhouse. At this time. I should make me. Okay. Now, this version of the thesis, let's do... something that matches that play over here. And there. Let's think. What a little fun. I keep making the same mistakes. Okay. Something. Okay. It's something. Um... Okay, I think for iteration 1, that's as far as I've got the brain juice for today. But we've at least gotten a lot of foundational stuff sorted, and I feel a lot better about that. At least knowing where we're headed now. Now I can just come up with a couple of aesthetic options that we can pick and choose from and polish up thereafter. This one is going for a slightly more sculpted vibe. Still pretty tame in terms of embellishment, but a little bit of armor sculpting detail is something that is known to be fancy. So that's something. And that is the last hydrate for today. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Whew. It has been an interesting day.
It's been a very interesting day.
Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you being willing to sit on call and answer questions that I imagine cannot have been easy to navigate without being spoilery.
I'm not too worried about spoilers, but thank you for having me. I was glad to have. I was happy to answer questions.
No, it was an absolute joy. And I will be continuing this at the nearest opportunity as well. So if I stream it, I'm not 100% sure if I'll be streaming it proper, or if I will be doing this as some of my offline work. We'll see, which happens to be the case. But we're going to just iterate a couple of times, and then that's when I'm going to next need your input in terms of where it's going, now that we've at least got the direction sorted.
Yeah.
Right. I really, really appreciate it. Rest well when you get there.
You as well.
And to everyone who has been joining on stream, thank you so much. I realize I once again kind of fell into the zone quite thoroughly. That being said, I do think we managed to get past quite a couple of hurdles And that, I think, is a victory. So, thank you all. Rest well when you get there. And until next time. Tomorrow, hold up. Tomorrow is, and I'm just gonna pull up the schedule real quick. It's behind Zany. Tomorrow is going to be trying to fix the hairline on Heoteo's model. That's another thing that's going to be a whole lot of problem solving. I'll probably need to draw fresh art layers because things did not work with that one. So I'll probably need to do new art layers to get that to be functional. Make corrections to a few things and so on and so forth. So keep your eyes peeled for that. And then on Thursday it is Donothon fulfillment. Woohoo! We're going to be doing the real paint. Wow. The real paint is going to definitely be an interesting thing to need to deal with. I hope that I will not make a colossal mess. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. In terms of what we're actually gonna paint, I still have no idea. We'll figure that out another time. I.e. not today. But go eat if you need to, sleep if you need to. I've been yawning for the last half an hour, which definitely tells me that I definitely need to sleep. Also I got hungry, so yeah, there's that. Rest well, good night, and I shall see you all tomorrow. Cheery bye!